almost forgot to put music on, so let's do that. I guess we'll go with pretzel again. Actually, we're not going with pretzel today. We're just going to use Spotify. I am not concerned about. I guess we can use this Stream Beats one. Yeah, it's the same one. All right. Anytime. Oh, it's a bit loud. Alright, that looks good. Okay, so I did some work on this mold off stream. I finished building out most of this clay positive. I carved out and added this injection channel. I built up the back here, squared out this corner, so it fits fairly well here. It's like fairly square. I gotta fill that in, but I'll worry about that like last. And then I kind of estimated here where I wanted the front wall of this to be. So then I used that as a guide, and I just cut this off manually instead of worrying about creating like the seam. So it'll just be set in here. Let's see if I can see that. It's kind of hard to see, but I'm just going to set it against this line. So there'll be a small gap on the front here. So then that'll just fill, and I might trim that off later, like after I pull this out of the mold. I have out of the mold box. I have the glue gun warming up off to the side here, so I'm going to make some edits to this mold a little bit, and I have to cut another piece for the front wall, and we're going to add the little keys. We're going to use hot glue this time since we were having some mixed results with using super glue, and since I'm doing this all I'm going to work as quickly as I can. I don't want to spend a lot of time on getting waiting for the glue to dry and everything. Give me 1 second. Sorry, don't know if I have to quit the Twitch app to clear the chat. No. This is less than optimal. Sorry. Tiny touch targets. Okay. I just wanted to clear chat view so I could keep track of, people coming in and out. And so let's see. So we're gonna, I guess I can add some of the clay in here while we're waiting for the gun to heat up. And then I'll have to trim a piece of foam core, which that'll only take a little bit. So I thought about moving this outer wall out a little bit, like moving it this way, but I think there's enough room in here, so I just decided against it, and I was like, well, it's already built, so I'm just gonna, if I think it'll work, I'm just gonna push it forward. I think I have a panel active on my Twitch channel that tells what songs are playing on Spotify. I'm not sure if I activated it yet. I had to do some pre-stream graphics work before I started today, so I wasn't really able to check it and make sure it was active. These things slip out of my hands very frequently. So this is like slightly separated here, so I'm trying not to put any excess pressure on it. This doesn't need to be perfectly sealed up, because even if a little bit of silicone runs down into this crack, it's not going to be, it'll sort of seal itself to prevent, so a lot of it won't flow down in there, so it's not like a huge issue. It doesn't need to be like watertight, basically. Just wanted to generally keep that area closed. Yeah, good enough. On this back corner, I'll just push a little bit of clay back there and it should be fine. Okay, so that's done. So I'm just gonna poke some keyholes into this while I'm waiting for the gun to heat up. These don't need to be like super deep or anything. Because once enough of them lock together, the rest will just kind of find their spot. I initially made this plastic tool for this purpose, but I end up using it a lot more as a sculpting tool and various other smoothing jobs. That's fine. We'll add some here. I'll add these kind of at an angle, so I'll push down and then kind of tilt this back because I want air to like naturally flow up and out. Hey, how's it going? Thanks for popping in. Yeah, I'm trying to stick to my schedule. There are definitely days where I feel like I don't have time to stream, but I make time to do it just because it keeps me on track too. Yes, this is a lot of the kind of stuff that I do. This like molding and casting. I'll eventually do like more sculpting and whatnot, but I'm kind of just building a base set of molds to like kind of improve the work I was doing previous. Right now I'm just okay. That's cool. I mean, you know, hang on as long as you want, and I'll see you the next time you're able to jump on. I'd like to be able to watch a stream while I'm streaming, but it's probably not the best idea, since I gotta kind of narrate what I'm doing here. I guess I couldn't really listen to it either. So 10 p.m. Where are you located at? You in Europe, Asia? I guess it could also be what, Australia. I'm not familiar with like too many time zones outside of continental U.S. or North America. Okay, nice. Yes, here, that's what. So I'm -7 GMT. So if you're 10, what is that? Probably, so if a -7, that puts me at, let's see, 2 p.m. I'm bad at math. Like, I don't know, a lot. Okay. So how's your stream been going? Have you been picking up any new viewers or anything, new follows? That's probably good for now. Okay, so now I gotta cut a front panel, because I think I can get away with using this on the side. So I'll probably just jam this in here like that. Yeah, I had some audio issues when I started too. I didn't really know anything about audio, so I think I'm using OBS, and I think I added too many filters to the audio. Right now I'm using a cheap shotgun mic, which is like a long cylindrical mic. I bought it a long time ago when I thought I was gonna get into like making videos and like movie shorts and stuff, but I never did. So it's just been sitting, and so I started using that, and it helped a lot. I bought a USB sound card for my computer, so I just have a laptop, and it's just because I have a Mac, and I guess it doesn't like amplify the audio, so this sound card helped a lot. It's just like a $15 USD device I bought off Amazon, and it just plugs in, no drivers, and it adds a USB audio device to your computer, and then you just plug, whatever. It accepts like a headphone jack, a mic, and a headset. Oh, nice. You've got like way better equipment than I do. I'm basically just using stuff that I have already. That sound card's the only thing that I've bought new. Yeah, I have like just a few filters on in OBS. I think I could like take a screenshot and then, DM it to you later, and maybe it would help, maybe it wouldn't. Because I don't really know, too much about audio, so I did a bunch of test videos. I recorded, I set everything to like defaults and did a recording, and then I would listen to it with VLC, and then I would make like one change, and then I would record it again and listen to it, make one change, record it, listen to it, and I just did that over and over again until I figured out like which settings sounded right. Because it was easier, once I did that, it made more sense. Because at first I was just adding a bunch of filters and I didn't really know what they did. So when I kind of went one by one, it worked a lot better, for me at least. But I'm also like recording, live audio, as far as I just have a mic pointed at me and then the music's playing through like speakers on my desk. So I'm not trying to capture like, in-game audio or anything either. So I'm not sure how that works with like layering them together. I think that looks good. I had that problem too with the mic being too quiet, and that's where the shotgun mic and the USB card helped out. I think I added like there's like a gain filter on it, and then I have like it's either noise suppression or noise gate to like eliminate background sound. Yeah, this is a mold for these arms. Let me see, let me prop this up real quick. So this is a cast I did earlier, like last week. It's a couple of parts. I just want to prop this up. So this is like 2 halves. So I made the molds for this. And that's these guys here. So this is like the complete mold for one of the halves. These are a little big because I just started this technique recently, but it's like 2 halves. So then this will like fit in because of these bumps. So you push it in here, make sure it's all like set in place, which you can kind of feel through the sides if it's like lined up or not. And then I mix up a 2-part resin and I inject it through here with I use a syringe, so I'll put it here and then inject it, and it fills up through there, and I just let it cure. They're like vintage inspired action figures. So I did one run already, which I released over the summer, but it was only like 8 figures. So these are like the completed guys. So this is like an early prototype. So I have 2 prototypes. And then these guys are meant to be, so this guy's he's an early prototype. He's got a defect there, and I think one of his toes is messed up. He's a defect right there. But these guys are they come apart. So I designed them to be, they're based on like He-Man figures from the 80s. But you can take them completely apart. And then you can like swap the parts around if you want. I guess those boots are the same color almost. So I'm trying to make the molds that I made for these guys better. So this is like a version 2 essentially that I'm working on. Yeah, they will be for sale. I mostly post on Instagram. That's like my main place. So some people have been interested in like how I make stuff. So I thought I would start streaming on Twitch to kind of let people see the day-to-day. Yeah, I have a shop. I'm sold out right now. So I'm working on a second wave of them. And I'm trying to remember if let me see if my shop is linked to my channel. I don't know if it is. But you'd think I would know that, right? But I don't do commissions at the moment. Mostly because I'm trying to get a certain amount of things done. And doing a commission will set me back, time-wise. Sorry, I'm looking at my channel right now, so I'm trying to get to my About page. I think it's linked off the About. Let's see. Okay, so I do have a link on my About page. Yeah, so that's where you'd normally buy them at. I'm in the process of making this second wave, so I just don't have anything for sale right now. But if you want to see more like updates, just give me a follow on Instagram, because that's where I typically will post like the latest stuff, what's coming out, you know, when you can buy it, and I post more like process pictures and stuff. So there's a lot more. I wouldn't say there's more material. It's just different material on Instagram. I don't have like an email or anything yet for like a newsletter. But when I announce something new, so like once I get this batch of molds done, I want to do a second wave for sale. So that's where I'll do the initial announcements. Okay. You can send me a DM, either, I think you can DM through Twitch, can't you? Or you can message me through Instagram, and we could like talk about it. If I can't do it, I might be able to like put you in touch with someone who can. Because I have a bunch of other artists that I talk to on there. So there might be someone I can hook you up with, even if I can't take it on. Just sealing up this edge here, because I don't want the silicone to leak back here. Yeah, I can understand that. I spend a decent amount on supplies, and I also one of my other hobbies is playing Magic, the card game. So I've been spending a decent amount on that. So I've had to kind of stop spending for a little while. So I feel you on that. My budget's pretty limited as well. And even like I haven't been able to like buy much for my like toy collection for the same reason, just, you know, lack of funds. So I'm just putting everything into trying to get, you know, the second wave out into stores, and so if people are interested, they're there to pick up. Well, into my store, I guess, not into stores. Yeah, I wish I had a Black Lotus. I haven't been playing long enough, so I probably never own one. They're very expensive. And that card is kind of weird too, because you really can't even play it. You basically just have it as like part of your collection, just to kind of say you have it. But that's still cool because it's, you know, a part of the game's history, and it's really collectible. Oh wow. Yeah, they're very expensive. That's awesome that he's got 3 of them. Alright, I gotta measure and cut a piece for the front here. Actually, I need to glue on all these little dots, so let's do that first. So I'm gonna add, like these little divots, I'm gonna add some dots of glue that'll be something the outer half of the mold can kind of catch on to. So I'm just going to dab this glue in here. It might be a little hard to see on stream since it's like transparent on transparent. I don't need a bunch of these, just a few, like probably 6 to 8 on each side. So just to help the mold halves align together. Is that good? Yeah, probably. I could probably put one more. Yeah, yeah, they're like bumpers. With like molding, you typically call them keys, and so they're like you know, a kind of a key and a lock, where the bumps will like link together, and it'll help the mold halves like line up right. That way you have like minimal seam line, and you get like a more, it just like looks like the part, you know, it's not like misaligned where you've got like a big ledge or like a cliff or whatever on one side. Yeah, so it's just to help the mold halves line up. I had tried some other things. I have little plastic pegs I was gluing in, but then the super glue I used wasn't it wasn't really working well with the silicone rubber. It was preventing it from curing, like getting solid. So it kind of turned into this like mushy mess. And this glue's not like as elegant, I guess, but you know, it works. Oh, these things, these are just these are air vents. So when I in the mold, I'll put the syringe in here and I'll inject the resin down through this channel, so it'll fill up this way, and then it'll push air out through the top. So then it'll push air out through the fingers and up into this. This will just be like a reservoir, like an empty space. So then this will fill with like excess resin as the resin moves up. So then I'll overfill this a little bit, and I'll put this into a tank, and I'll compress the air with an air compressor inside of it. So then that takes any air bubbles in it and crushes them super small. But then because you're doing that, because you're like compacting the air, it will pull resin down to fill the space. So you want to have like excess up here that it can like pull down into that. Otherwise, like the tips of the fingers might not form, because like it'll pull the resin down and there won't be enough. So then it'll like leave air gaps here. So this is like, lets it kind of overfill. So that's, yeah, that's what those are. Alright, this looks pretty okay. So there's like past broadcasts on here, and I also put them on YouTube, and I add chapter markers to them. So you could go onto YouTube and then, you know, like jump through the videos and kind of look at different parts of them and not have to watch the whole like 4 hours, you know. And then if you go to my Instagram, there's a link up in the bio. It's like a list of links. So then it will take you to, there'll be one for my YouTube channel there, and I think it's linked on my profile here on Twitch too, on the About page. I'm pretty sure it links to my YouTube, which I started because I learned Twitch doesn't, you know, save your broadcasts forever. So I created a YouTube channel so people can kind of watch like the past ones, and I'll probably make some shorter versions. I'll edit some together, but that's down the road because I've only got so much time, you know. Okay, so let's see. I need another piece. Is this too big? Too small? Alright, so that's too small. Okay, so I'm just gonna cut a fresh piece for this. So I'll get out my little T-square ruler. Okay, thanks for hanging out. You know, I'll be here for a while, so feel free to jump back on if you can. Okay, so let's see. So we need to get the rough measurements here. Where's our little scrap pad? Okay. So we'll set this aside, get our pen, alright, so we'll measure across the bottom here, looks like 8.5, so we'll do a little diagram. Okay, so this is 8.5 centimeters. We're doing it all in metric. This is 8.6 at the top. So there's a slight taper. These aren't exactly aligned. And we'll just get a quick height on this. 10. Alright, so these are all centimeters. Let's see, there's a little bit of a gap down here. I'm just going to fill this in with glue just so I don't have to worry about it later. Okay. That side looks good. This all looks good. We could probably add one key here. Just a real small one. Okay. Just let that dry for a minute. Alright, so let's go back to this. We need... Actually, I'm just going to flip this over. I really want metric on the top. Why can't we get that? I guess we're going to do this. Okay, 10. Alright, so then we need 8.5. We'll go up 10. Connect these lines real quick. Now we want to go, what is it, 8.6 from the edge. So we're about here. And we'll get another ruler since this isn't square. Alright, now we'll cut this piece out. We'll have to glue some little keys down onto this too before we glue it onto the rest of the mold. This blade's getting dull. Okay. That looks good. Let's cut this off. Let's mark this as the bottom, just so we remember. Okay. good. Set this aside. So this is our outside, right? Oh, this little bit of glue is gonna come off. Let's see if we can. Well, we're just gonna smush it down. Easier than trying to carve it off and messing up the sides of the mold. Alright, got a little glue fiber in here. So this is just going to fit in here like this. So I just want to roughly place it. Looks good. So let's check for how close it gets to punch of the mold. Looks like it's all pretty far, so we're gonna put some glue dots down. I'm gonna try not to get those little glue threads that you can get with hot glue. This is probably too many. I don't think we even need this many. But we're doing it. And they seem a little excessive now, but once we have the two mold halves, having them align correctly every time will be more valuable than the few minutes we spent putting these down. Not sure how tall this is going to go. I should have put like a height marker on it. Doesn't always want to grip the glue. Okay, that should be fine. Give that a few minutes for all these to cool. Trim off the little threads. Alright, so we're just going to jam this down in here. Try to get it like, so we've got that line. It's kind of hard to see, you can see it through there. So I want to kind of align it to that. So we'll do that and stick a little glue on the bottom here to hold it kind of in place. Make this like a hinge almost. Give that a minute to cool, and then we'll straighten this out before we put glue up the sides. And then I'll have to do the math to figure out like how much silicone we need. This mold is pretty narrow too, which is kind of good. Might actually angle it back just a little bit so it's more like a more triangular instead of straight. Just to add a little bit more strength to the mold up on the top here. Because the bottom is like fairly thick. But it gets a little close to the parts, and you want your mold to be about 1/4 of an inch thick at its thinnest point. Because then it keeps it from flexing too much. So we'll glue these up here. Once we get this thing going. Trying to make sure it's like sealed all the way down. Good. Glad it's enjoyable. Okay. So that all looks pretty good. Well, that's looks a little weird right there. Alright, so this should be good to go. Next I need to measure how much silicone I need. So I'm going to do a little bit of measuring in math. Try to secure this a little bit. Okay, so that should be good. I'm going to unplug the glue gun because it doesn't need to run all the time. Alright, so we're going to go back to the diagram, draw a new one. So let's see, we're going to do it facing this direction. Well, we're going to look at it this way, so kind of from the back. Now we'll do it from the front. So I'm going to look at the front. So we'll do an isometric view like this. This is very sloppy, but it doesn't need to be perfect. So what we're trying to do is we're going to figure out the total volume of this space first. So we're going to do like math for 3 sections to figure out how much we need. So kind of we think about it from the side like this, right? So this is like the total empty space. So the mold takes up about 2/3 of the space. So we're about here. And then we're going to have this whole top part be covered. So we want these areas to be submerged in resin, or not resin, but silicone. So we're going to fill this probably 1 centimeter high. I should have actually extended. I might extend this one on the side here. It's kind of hard to see because it's a little short. I might just glue another piece on there. But so I'm going to fill this. So the top is going to be its whole own part. So this is like about 1 centimeter high with the height. Okay. So then we're going to take this remaining section, get its volume, and then we're going to kind of divide that by 1/3 into thirds. So let's find. So our depth here is 3.8. So this is 3.8 because this is the front. Thanks. I always worry that my voice is kind of annoying, but I guess that's good to hear. This is about the same, 3.8. So then we'll do our width across the front. 8. I want to round it up. 8.7. Back should be similar. Nope, it's 9. Yeah, so the back is 9. And then we can use the back here to kind of measure the height so we can see through it. So we look at the highest point. Actually, we should look at the lowest point. That way we have a little extra. So we'll say the lowest point is 7.1. So this is 7.1 for the height. So now we're going to do the math. We're going to figure out the volume for this and the empty space here minus this top layer. So we're going to take, I got to pull down my little calculator on my iPad here. Let's see. Okay. So these are the same thickness. So we're going to use that 3.8. These two are different, so we're going to find something kind of in between there. So I'm going to add 2 and subtract 1, so it'll be 8.9. And then we'll use the height of 7.1. I don't want to keep writing a 7. So we'll multiply these 3 together to get a total volume. So let's see, we've got 3.8 times 8.9 times 7.1, 240. So we'll round that down to 240. So this is the total volume of this space up to the top of this clay. But we don't need all that. We need, let's see, looking down inside, it goes in toward the bottom, so this top is deceptively wide. So I'm gonna kind of have to add and subtract just by guessing here. But it's like, we'll say 50% instead of a third. So we're gonna divide this by 2, which is 120. So that means 50% of this volume is taken up, and we're going to fill 50% of this space with silicone. We have some scraps off to the side left over from previous molds. If like it's not quite enough, we can jam some in there to raise the level by displacing it. That way it'll create enough, and we get to use like old silicone that's basically just wasted. So this is the total. We're going to need 120. This will be milliliters because we're doing everything in metric. It's just easier. So that'll be 60 milliliters of A and B, because the silicone is 2 parts we mix together. Now we need this top level, so we need to know how much additional silicone we need for the top. So we're going to do the same math again, except instead of 7.1, it's just going to be 1. So we're going to multiply 3.8 and 8.9, and that'll give us the top volume. Clear that. So we're looking at 3.8 times 8.9.9. Okay. 33.82, so we'll round that up to 34. So that's the total volume of the top. We'll divide that by 2 again and get, so that's 15 plus 2 is 17. So then we'll add these 2 together. It's going to be 137 for each A and B part. Right? Let's review. So the total volume was 240. We divided that in half to 120. So then we took the top volume, multiplied the width and the height, width and the depth, and then times 1. So that's 34. Okay, so then we have to get the AB, and that's 50%, so that's 17. 50% of 120 is 60. So then we'll take 17. Yeah, we'll take 17 and 60, not 120. It's always good to double check your math. So we'll have 77 for each AB. And then it'll just be easier, so we're going to round this up to 80. So we're going to need 80 milliliters of A and B. Okay. So let's get ready to do the silicone. So we'll just set this aside because we'll need it. Set this aside because it's in the way now. Alright, let's find our rubber gloves, which are here. Okay, let's see. So, get out our 2-part silicones. This is Smooth On's Mold Star 15. It's a tin cure silicone. Tin cure just means the material in it that causes it to, the chemical reaction to happen when the A and B are mixed together. Alright, I want to stir this because this is getting a little low. I want to make sure it's adequately blended. So let's get out a little heavy duty spatula. So we got this guy. He's all dusty, so we're gonna clean him off real quick. Okay. I'm gonna put my respirator on because breathing mineral spirits isn't the greatest thing in the world. This started as a hobby, and I'm trying to turn it into something professional, like something that I, you know, can do solely. Okay, my respirator's on, so I might be a little muffled. I'm doing it right now full time, so like as my job. It's not profitable yet, but that's the dream, to do just this and like make enough where I can keep doing this and, you know, do it as a job. Alright, so that's good to go. Let's dry this off. This is a solvent that will dissolve silicone, so we use it for cleaning. Alright. It definitely is very niche. There is a decently large collector's scene on, at least on Instagram and maybe on Facebook. I'm in a bunch of toy groups on Facebook, so it's kind of mixed. People that are buying, you know, factory made, like Mattel type figures, and then people that are buying stuff like I'm making. Alright, so I just want to make sure this stuff is, you can see on the bottom here, it's like kind of thick, so this stuff separates as it sits. So you always got to mix it really, really well to make sure it's the same, it's consistent, because it can not set properly if you don't mix it thoroughly. So you might get silicone that's like too soft or kind of slimy, and you don't want that. You want it to be like a solid piece of rubber. It's you know, like you'd expect rubber to feel, not like tacky or feels kind of sticky in your hands. You want it to feel dry. So making sure this is mixed thoroughly is important. This one might be a little too flexible. Yeah, and that's understandable. The first set that I made and sold, they were $40 US a piece. So it's a little expensive for, like, you know, a handmade figure.
but you know, a lot of time. I know it's difficult because they're, you know, they're partially knockoffs, but then I make like original sculpted pieces to go on them, and I want to add more as I go. So, you know, there's an amount of time that goes into it and materials and whatnot, but you know, it's cool. Like, every hobby's got, you know, a price. Even people buying like stuff made by, you know, Mattel or Hasbro, they're still paying, you know, decent prices for it. But that's what's cool about art, you know, there's so many different niches that you can find a way to connect with, like, people who enjoy that type of art. Like, I grew up, I used to draw a lot, and I always thought it would be cool to see, you know, characters that I've created in 3D, and this is like before 3D printing was a thing. So doing something like this, that's the closest I can get, you know, without hiring like a full manufacturing company, and that's a lot of money. So if I can, like, just get by on, you know, making this art, then that's okay with me. Because it lets me do something I enjoy, and then the people who buy it are getting something they enjoy. Yeah, I used to want to draw comics when I was younger. Yeah, I've seen it as both. I've heard people say niche and niche. I think you're right. Niche is probably the right way. I think I know it's niche, and I just get lazy, and I say niche. I feel like it's one of those words that, like, has developed, you can, like, say it two different ways and people still know what you're saying. They know, like, what you mean. And I guess that's, like, the important part about language, right? It's just, do we understand each other regardless of, like, what words we're using? I work with, well, the plastic that I use is the resin, so it's a two-part, it's like this, it's two parts you mix together that chemically react, and then they form like a harder material. So I work with resin plastic, which is like a little different, it's a different type of plastic than things you make, like things like drinking bottles and plastics like that. Those are called thermoplastics, where they start as like beads, and they put them into a machine that melts them down into a gel, and that gets forced into metal molds. And so, like a thermoplastic, that's how recycling, you know, works. You can melt it down and reshape it into something else. These resins are thermoset, so that means they react by heat to set into their final form, But then a thermoplastic or a thermoset plastic can't be like, you can't turn it back into a liquid. So they're not as recyclable. Like, you can't recycle them in the same way as you could like a water bottle. You can grind it into a dust and mix it into something else, but you can't melt it down and, you know, make another bottle with it. And I think that's how some plastics like ABS plastic are, where they, I actually don't know how ABS plastic works. I know it's just not, it's not that recyclable. They are. These are both silicone. So if I set this in the mineral spirits like long enough, this will start to turn to gel. Because this will eat away at it. Alright, this is the other part. Yeah, I like the silicone spatulas because they, you know, they're really good at what they're for. Like, I could use metal, but it doesn't, like, I don't want to scrape the bucket and get like little shards of plastic into the silicone. This stuff doesn't really separate that much. I don't need to mix it that well. Alright, that's mixed. Set that aside, clean our tools again. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I spend a lot of time cleaning my tools. I see a lot of other artists using like popsicle sticks or tongue depressor type wooden stirs that they then just throw away. But I use these because I can just clean them and use them again. So even though the plastic I use can't really be recycled, I try to minimize how much waste I create. I can't really feel them because then I got rubber gloves on. Well, these are nitrile gloves, not rubber. But I guess that's a form of rubber. I don't know. Okay, so let's see. How much silicone do we need? 80 milliliters of each. So let's measure that out. Find our little vessels. That's too big. 80 and 80. Put on my little marker. So mark 80 on both of these so it's easy to see. No, that's less easy to see, but we know where it is. Alright. So we'll start with, it doesn't really matter. Let's do this because It was the last one we opened. Yeah, I'm always trying to reduce like how much waste. So that's these molds I'm making now are like an effort to reduce waste. The first batch of molds that I made, I used packing tape to seal them. I would like wrap the outsides with packing tape, and so I ended up tossing a lot of that, which I put into recycling because it's plastic film, so ideally it could get recycled, but not always. So if I could just reduce, like just not need the tape at all, then that's even better. So I'm just pulling this high because then as I pour it, it stretches out the material, and by stretching it out, it pulls air out, which you want to remove. Alright, so we're almost at 80. Scrape this off. Let's make it a mess. Alright, we'll probably have to take out a little bit of that. So we're a little over 80. So we're going to take out a little bit of this. We'll do that just by dipping this in. Now we'll just scrape this back into the bucket. This material is pretty forgiving. Your A and B halves don't have to be exactly the same amount. They just need to be pretty close. Which makes this easier to work with. If they had to be exactly the right amount, there'd be a lot of bad molds out there. Alright, that's pretty much at 80, so we'll set that aside. Get the other half. Do the same thing. Pour this up to 80. Actually, I need to clean off this tool real quick. I don't want these to be mixing early, even a little bit. Alright, that looks good. Okay. Set that aside, go back to pouring. Do the high pour again to try to minimize how much air we introduce. Just pour it kind of slow. Looks like it's a little thinner than the other half, so it pours a little better. Alright, we're getting close. Let's cut that off. Got a little on the table, but that's alright. I was trying to save it. Alright. So once we get these tools cleaned up again, we'll get ready to mix these together. And so with like a lot of silicones, you want to pull excess air out of them, out of the material before you use it, which it seems like there wouldn't be air in it because it's just a liquid, but there is. Like there's tiny amounts as you pour it, as you stir it, like little bits of air get introduced to it. And so what we're going to do is put this into a tank, which is just I have a pressure cooker pot, like a kitchen pot, and it's got a clear piece of plexiglass on top of it, or acrylic, and so that's attached to a pump. The pump will pull air out of the chamber, which will cause the air to expand. So this will bubble up into a foam, and it rises, and then once it gets to a certain point, it'll break, and then it'll fall back down, and then you've pulled a lot of the air out of it. So it's kind of like if you've ever seen a fondue. It's like these very fluffy pastry, I guess they're not pastries, but they're these fluffy dishes that if you want them to raise, but if they raise too high, if they expand too much, it'll pop and it'll fall back down. So with a fondue, you don't want to do that, but this you absolutely want to do that. So the setup is off camera because I'm not set up in a way that I can show that. So I'm going to do that real quick, but you get to see the after effects of it. So I'm going to set this stuff up to get it ready because I want to put it in as soon as it's mixed together. Okay, so that's ready. I'll have to mute the mic once I start the air compressor or the vacuum pump because it's kind of loud. So I have a little sign I'll put up once I start it. Alright, so I'm going to mix these together. Well, I'm going to pour these together and then mix them thoroughly so they're one consistent color. So that they're this color instead of this darker green. And then I'll take this and put it in the vacuum pump. Actually, this is probably too small. So we'll use this bigger one. When I come back, you'll be able to see like how much it expanded. So first we'll just do this. I'm gonna high pour it again to keep a minimal amount of air from getting added to it. Okay, now we'll help it along. I'll scrape this off and then go back and get the rest. Okay. So now we'll just scrape as much as we can out of this container. So we waste as little as possible. Oops. Trying to be all delicate, dropping stuff. Alright, just a little bit on the outside. That looks pretty good. We'll do the same for the white stuff, but we'll be a little faster about it. Okay. Gotta clean your tools in between. Okay, that's that. Go back and it looks like it's dry. So we'll pour this in, scrape it out, and we'll use this to mix it. So we don't have to spend time cleaning this in between. Alright, I'll help that along. Okay. Scrape this off kind of fast. Go back and get the rest. Just a little on the outside, so we'll grab all that, and that should be good from that. It's a little tedious having to do all the scraping, but you know, this stuff costs money, so you don't want to waste too much of it. Alright, that's good. So we're just going to mix this really thoroughly. This stuff will give you about 40 minutes before it starts to set up. So before it starts to turn into like one form. Scrape the sides. I've been saying this is like it's like making cake batter or cookie batter. If you put, you gotta like mix it really thoroughly because you don't want little globs of baking soda or baking powder to be left unmixed, because biting into those isn't going to be very fun. So you make sure all your little areas all around the edge here, all this is mixed thoroughly. There's no like streaks of white anywhere. It's all like one consistent green color. At the bottom, make sure that's all mixed. Keep scraping your sides. These beakers are great because you can see the outside, you can see through it, so you can see areas you may have missed or how well you're scraping. Alright, so we're going to scrape this off real quick. We'll give it another quick stir. And then it's going into the vacuum chamber. I have to make try to make a video of the vacuum process. You can kind of see what that looks like, since I can't really show it very well. Alright, that's good. Set that aside. Mix this top a little bit. See, I'm introducing air as I mix it, so that's partly why vacuuming is really important. It pulls out all the air we just added to it. And all the air needs to be removed, because if you have like air bubbles in the silicone, when you pour your resin cast, you typically put it under pressure, like air pressure, to crush all the air bubbles in it into like these tiny microscopic bubbles. But if you have air bubbles in the resin, it can deform the resin. Awesome, dude. Thanks for hanging out, even for a little while. Thanks for checking out the stream. Hope you enjoyed what you saw, and I'll catch you next time. Thanks. I'm going to pop this in the vacuum chamber, and I'll be right back. Okay, so we can see how high it raised with the vacuum. There's a little stray hair in there. Let's get that out of there. Okay, so I'm gonna pour this into here, and then I'm gonna vacuum it again to make sure that all the air is pulled out. So I'm gonna pour it. You want to pour it to the lowest point and let it raise on its own. It's a little hard for you guys to see, but I'll try to make it visible as best I can. So I'm gonna tilt this back a little bit too, because there's a couple of spots I want it to try to fill. So first I'll pour it real slow down the center here. I'm going to tilt it back just a little bit. Tilt it back even more. Let it run down the side. This like high thin pour helps reduce like how much air you introduce to the silicone. Alright, I think I can just set it down and pour it normally. I can pour a little faster now. There's not a lot of like small spots where it can get trapped. Try to keep a consistent stream. Haha, pun intended. Looks like we're going to be short. It's always a little deceptive. Like, there are a lot of times where I'm getting toward the end of pouring and I'm like, oh no, I don't have enough. And then I will end up having enough, because it's just kind of deceptive, because how much like sticks to the sides and how slow it like will come out toward the end. I think I will need to add some chunks to this though. It is looking a little loose now toward the end, but it's going pretty well. It still needs to come up like about a centimeter, which is a lot of silicone. But it's looking okay so far. Alright. I'm going to start scraping this. That'll get a lot more of it out. Yeah, see, I was worried I was going to be like short, but now it's like right around where I want it to be. I might still toss in a few chunks just to push that level up a little higher. Oops. Gets a little sloppy here toward the end. Alright, so I'm going to scrape this off, and I'll come back and scrape the remains off the sides of this container. And once we do that, I'll grab some of the scrap silicone I have, cut it into little chunks, and we'll jam that down into the sides. We'll try to push this level up just a little higher. No, we didn't lose too much down the side. We'll just squeegee that back in there. Just use the edge of the mold box as a scraping tool. Let it do the work for us. Scrape out the bottom. That thing is almost bone dry. We got pretty much every little scrap of silicone out of that thing we could, which is good. That's what you want. You don't want a lot of junk left over. So let's go into our little bag of scrap bits here. This is like almost perfect, honestly. I do want to vacuum this. I'm a little concerned there's some areas that may not have gotten enough silicone. So, let's see, I'm going to chop this up first. I cut this into like kind of thin pieces. And then some of these I'll cut into smaller pieces because they're a little too big. And this stuff I'm just gonna push down into the silicone just to raise the level up. Especially back here at the top, where like this is just like dead space. So we're just pushing we just want to make sure this level is high enough. So we're just helping it out. We're giving this old silicone another job. It's a way you can utilize some of your waste. Alright, let's see. Let's clear this off. Clear off the back. I don't know if I can actually vacuum this. I mean, I can. It's just how much of a mess do I want to make. Try to get as much of that down there as I can. Let's see. We vacuumed this once, so we're going to do it again. We're just going to not worry about covering the top, and we'll just monitor it. So I'm going to mute the mic, and I'll be right back. Okay, so I saw some big bubbles pop. We can see that we pulled some silicone down in here, which isn't like ideal. Nothing really toward the bottom, which you can't see. But I'm going to scrape around the sides here to try to make sure this is all down on the mold instead of up on these walls where we don't need it. I think I'll add a bit more scrap silicone to this, because our level's a little lower than it was before, so we need to make sure. Actually, first I'm gonna dust the top of this with mold release. I'm gonna cover the camera lens. I don't want it on my phone. This just helps surface bubbles pop. So I'm gonna cut some of this up again. We'll do the same thing. We're just gonna jam it down in here. So we want to push this top level up. We want this top level to be higher. So that's where I'm focusing at. The silicone is starting to thicken up a little bit, so that's okay. It looks like it's doing alright. I was a little concerned it wasn't going to, you know, take these bits. It looks like we're just kind of forcing it down, because I want these reservoirs to be more full, more filled. Because I want them to be like deep enough when we inject the resin that there's enough space for an adequate reservoir without having to like add anything to the mold. That just adds more work. These last few pieces should probably be enough. You want to make sure they're like fully covered before you add another one, because otherwise you can introduce air pockets there, which you don't want. And let it close up on its own. If you try to force it, you know, like I said, you can introduce air. You know, like naturally force all the air out on its own. You don't have to help it. I think we could add a bit more. This side's been pretty good about accepting bits, so we'll keep working on that. And these will bond with the existing silicone, with the liquid, so they'll basically just become part of the mold. You know, you see them all starting to kind of rise up. That means you're kind of about at the capacity you can add. But that's good. This is a pretty big one. This smaller one is completely covered, so that's good. We'll trim these open later. So not being able to see them now is like not an issue. This is okay. We'll just trim this off later. So now we're going to clean our tools. An important part that's always necessary. So let's just scrape off what we can here. Alright, now we'll just clean the rest off with the mineral spirits. Sorry, I trailed off there for a second. I'm like thinking about what I want to do next now that this mold is like, you know, we can't touch this for like 4 hours. So this is just going to be off to the side, curing. Excited to look at what else I've got I can work on. I mean, there's always new molds to be made to try to improve on all my old molds. But I also want to like kind of vary the content and not just be all mold making. Because I'm also like doing some sculpting and designing parts, and that stuff's pretty fun too. So I'd like to be able to show some of that. That seems good. Dry this off, set it aside. That's clean, that's clean, that's clean, that's clean. Oh, there, now it's clean. Oh, it's clean enough. We're gonna clean these two. This will just let this set, and then we'll just pull it out manually later. So to do this, I'm just gonna add a bunch of I have this little pipette, so I'm just gonna use this. I've tried to pour this stuff and it's always a mess, so I've just started using this pipette instead. It's less messy. And like the more of this stuff you spill, it's hard to, it sticks to surfaces really well. I mean, it seems kind of like a weird thing to say for a liquid, but it, I don't know if it just has a lower surface tension than water, but it spreads onto surfaces really easily. So it splashes very easily, so I try to like minimize the splashing. Because if you spill this on your counter, your table or whatever, sure you can clean it up pretty easily, but it's got a really strong odor, and it's not like the greatest thing for you to be breathing in. I mean, I've got the respirator on, so like I won't be breathing it in, but you know, it still like lingers in the air because the odor is so strong. So the more you can keep this mineral spirits like contained, the better off it is. It's a solvent, so it'll also eat through like maybe the surface of your desk. Not like an acid, but it'll like destroy the finish or whatever. It evaporates pretty fast though. So like whatever you can't clean up will evaporate, but then it's also in the air if it evaporates. Which again, you know, it's not like the greatest thing for you to be breathing in. So always want to be really careful when you work with chemicals like this. Same with the resin, like silicone is less dangerous to breathe the vapors because it doesn't really have too much vapor wise. But you kind of want to treat it all like it does, so you establish like safe habits of working with it. And And there's a little bit on the outside. I'll just wipe that off with a towel at the end. I mean, stages like this, like cleaning your stuff and caring about, you know, chemical safety, it's like not very fun to watch, but it's like, if you work with this stuff, it's important. You gotta think about like your health, and breathing, you know, kind of toxic chemicals for years isn't like the greatest thing for you. So always think about your safety, it's very important. Never be ashamed to like wear a respirator or like a dust mask, or have like proper ventilation, you know, a fan in the window, or a real vent system around your workbench. If you find yourself like getting headaches a lot at your desk or your workbench, you might be overexposed to something. So you want to look at your, you know, your safety precautions and your protective gear, and make sure all that stuff is like good enough and that you're using it properly. Okay. I'm gonna toss these towels. They're pretty much like at the end of their usefulness. Alright, so this stuff's all good.
Pretty safe to take off the respirator. Hang that up. Alright, I'm going to take a brief pause, and I'll be right back. Alright, I have returned. Alright, So let's see what's next. What we can work on next. I've got some head sculpts I want to work on. I've got another mold I could start. Let's see. I've got some older parts I would like to mold. Let's see, are these lined up? No, these are the ones that are off. Okay. So I need to redo these feet. I think I could actually, yeah, I could probably pull them off these. No. Let's see. I need to remake the foot mold for the feet that I just showed. It's it kind of fell apart on me by the end of the first run, so that's like a thing I really need to remake. I'm looking to see if I have some existing ones I can start with instead of casting stuff like from scratch, or starting with like new parts. So I'm gonna check my parts bin. I might have some feet in here. The issue was like this peg was off, so it was there was a little bit of it was like offset instead of it being like flush. It was like, instead of it being like this, it was like this, where it was slightly off center. So I wanted to fix that. And this is one of the sets from the last batch of casting or molds, so it's not quite where I want it to be. So I'm looking for ones that are from that set, from the first set of molds that I made. No, that's backwards. So these orange legs might actually be the right ones. Nope. See how they're offset like that? They fit really well, but them being off is, yeah, see, these are all from the same set. That's why they're in this junk one. You grab the other leg. So the ones I've got in this box here, they were like good casts, but they weren't quite right. Yeah, that one's off too. I'm gonna guess all the ones in here are from that series. So it looks like I'm gonna just have to make some new ones. I just threw this in here, didn't I? I did. Alright, so these are scrap. Okay. Now, the guys I showed a little bit ago, these guys have, this is from the first batch of molds that I made where it was aligned correctly. Let me look at that positioning here. That's the wrong foot. Nope, that one's off too. Maybe it's these legs? Yeah, it's the legs. That's what's off. Because if I take this prototype guy, right, and I snap this on here, nope, that's the wrong foot. See, they're like lined up more correctly. So that's what I need is, okay, so now I know that that was the issue. So the legs were off. So that's what I need to remake, is the legs. Okay. Good. Oops, these feet go on that other prototype guy. Now, these are the legs I just had from the other prototype. And these are pretty good. I think these have the right dimensions, the right sizes. Okay. So these ball sockets fit in these. So that's a little loose, but it's still about where I want it to be. Yeah, see, that one's a little loose, so I don't know that I want to mold these guys. I think I need to go back to the originals that I made the mold from, so I'll show you guys those. Actually, let me just put this guy back together real quick. So this is how I was designing these guys, so you can completely take them apart, swap the parts around if you want, interchange them with other figures, and then put them back together. So this is the front. And there's no gluing, everything just kind of snaps together. Help if I put the head on. Yeah, now the arms swapped. So it's a little off here because this is the prototype, so it doesn't quite sit correctly. But this second run will fix that. Alright, yeah, so that's good. Those guys are back together. Alright, so I gotta find the original legs, which are over somewhere. Shoot. I have them, I swear. Spent so much time reorganizing the space that I feel like I've buried some of the stuff that I needed. Where are those parts? My workspace is very cramped, so I'm always having to shuffle things around, which can cause me to misplace things. I found some of them. So that's not exactly what I'm looking for, but it's a start. I think I just put them into some storage drawers and forgot which ones they were in. Where are you? I know these aren't it. There's another set of legs. These are the legs that are off-centered. So these are not the ones that I want. There's Krampus. Let's see. Oh my god. Everything is being difficult. Okay, we're not in there. Sorry for all this scruffling around. It's gotta be in this big bin that you can't see. Now I'm confused. Where did I put them? Right there. Oh my god. Oh, they're literally in front of me. This is what my camera sits on. That's why I couldn't find them. So these are all the original parts. What a mess. Whoops. Sorry about that. Okay, so that's the defective ones. These are the... You see, these are defective too. So I gotta replace... I gotta put these inserts in. So I'm gonna drill this out. This whole thing is like fudged. I think I'm gonna end up having to remake these again. So I could use this because this leg was really good. This needs to be fixed, so I think I'm just gonna drill this out. And we'll go from there. So we're gonna use these. So this was venting off the first one. That looks okay. This is all good here. So I think I have to just break this stuff off and drill out the top. So let's break this stuff off. Alright, set that aside. So I'll need to replace this. So I'll go to my little parts bin. So we're gonna replace these sockets. Alright, these need to be semi-flexible. I don't know if I have any that are semi-flex. So we'll use this guy. And let's see, one that's small enough. These are the real ones, so I don't want to use those. What does this look like? Okay, that's that post. So it's this guy. Yeah, so we're going to use these two guys. And we're going to cut this down. So we're going to carve this down into a smaller piece that'll fit in the middle into these legs. So I'm just going to carve all this stuff away. Gotta be careful with these things. Let's switch bits. This one's it's good for like fine stuff, but it's a little too slow for this. I'm just gonna get like an actual bore, like a bore bit. Not a boring bit, like a sleepy bit, but one that is very hungry and likes to chew. Like that. Yeah, slightly wider is probably better. Set this aside. I'll probably be delving back into that thing. Always gotta be careful with these power tools. They will eat your fingers just like they will eat this plastic. So I'm basically trying to just make this into like a tapered shape, because I'm going to drill out the one that's there and then replace it with this. So really, all I really want is the socket. I don't really need the rest of this stuff. There just has to be enough here for like glue to grip onto. We'll flatten out this side here in a little bit. I should be wearing a dust mask. Just talking about safety. Okay, so I'm going to flatten out this this bottom here. They're hungry for fingers. Okay. So I'm gonna cut this down first. I'm gonna get these both ready, and then I'll worry about like digging into these legs. That comes later. So I'm just gonna cut this. Oh, see, this is a rubber one. I don't actually want this one. I need one of the harder plastic ones. So let's find, because that's from a defective cast. That's why it's like squishy like that. Where'd it go? So I can show you what's wrong with it. Is it in front of me? Did it disappear? Did it throw back in here? I have no idea. Yeah, here it is, right? Yeah, see, like that, you don't want to do that. You want it to be hard plastic like this. And that's so it doesn't like deform or anything. It needs to be, we gotta mold it exactly the way it is, otherwise it's not gonna fit properly. So this is, yeah. This is also a soft plastic one. How about this one? This feels like it's hard. Yep. Okay, that one's good. So we're gonna use that. So we'll cut these guys off the side. Our friend the jeweler saw always comes in helpful. These little bits just like disappear. Just cutting at a slight angle. So again, I want it like a taper. It's faster to just saw this off than it is to try to use the Dremel. Okay. Now we'll Dremel it. try to collect some of this dust. I will put a dust mask on. Alright, this shouldn't limit my speech as much as the other one. A little bit, but not too much. Alright, so taper this down. This is just faster than like sanding it. Oh man, I've been wanting to remake these feet for like months. They were like giving me such a problem when I was doing the first run of the Neobrutes, and I was like, man, I cannot wait to remake these molds, because they worked, but there were just like too many little issues with them. So I'm pretty excited to be able to fix the stuff I thought was wrong with them. So make sure I'm cutting kind of straight through this. Hopefully not cut into my finger. I also want to cut kind of slow. Alright. I can feel it. It's almost through. Okay. So that's not perfectly flat, but we'll I can probably just sand this. I'll add little cuts around the side and on the bottom for like the glue to grip onto. And these guys will have to just set overnight. I'm going to use original Gorilla Glue, so it takes like 24 hours to set. And I also want the bond to be really strong, because I'm going to be doing tests with these. I want to test like how easily, you know, like the pegs snap into them and stuff. But I mean, I probably won't be doing too much, so I don't want to risk breaking them. These are hard plastic, whereas the ones in the actual figures are a softer plastic, so they flex a little bit. And these will not flex at all. So they're not, these are good for building, but they're terrible for testing. Okay. What is this? Silicone? Gunk? I don't know what that is. I think it's clay. Let's just get all that off of there. Okay. Let's see. I will add. So this. Oh god, I keep dropping everything. I should put my apron back on. It'll catch some of those things. Come on. I'm oddly hungry right now. Usually not when I'm up here working. let's see. Okay, so this tool I use a lot also, because it's triangular. I'm going to use it to cut some angles into this to give the glue something to grip onto. But I don't want to reach the top here. I probably should like square these corners, but we'll do that a little bit. We'll try to square this just a little. It's a little bit better. Oh, these tiny pieces. They want to fly out of your hand. Usually with this thing, if I give it like a little bit of force, it will dig pretty fast into the plastic. So we'll do this like sanding to this guy and see how well it works. If it like doesn't really help, then I won't do it on the second one. Okay. So I'll put these little cuts in the sides. I'm just going to do like angles. See like little ruts like this. The glue gets in there, and then it like creates like a little, you know, a little ledge that it doesn't want the part to move past. It's like a smooth surface doesn't leave a lot for the glue to bite onto. You know, it's like there's like no traction. It just has this smooth surface. This is actually too vertical, but it's still fine because I'm going to crisscross them. I'll do the same here. Try to be a little less tall angle. Okay. Do the same on the bottom. Let's put an X down here. Okay, so that's in pretty good shape. So we'll do, I guess we'll just do this one. So this thing is, it's really in here because I glued this in to be like not removed, you know. So it's gonna be kind of tricky to dig this out. I'm gonna see if I have a better bit for this. Actually, I have this thing. This thing's ridiculous. Let's do that. We'll try this weird reversed, chewy, bitey thing. Thing just looks evil. Alright. It's like a drill bit, kind of, but it like chews away. So I'm basically gonna like dig all this out to make a space big enough for that. That's fine, that's not important right now. I mean, going at a slight angle, it like chews a little bit better. At least get it started. Chew a little too high there. Alright. Looks like I hit most of the glue. That's what all this shit is. Actually, let's see how well this fits. So it's still like too high. Now that could be that this piece is too big, which is probably not, but there's too much stuff in here. So I'm gonna switch the bit. Let's see. What looks right? I have this thinner bit here. Oops. So I'm gonna use this. Okay. There's some polystyrene in there from last time. Still a little high, so I gotta dig a bit deeper. And because we're at like a flat surface, this doesn't work that well. So I'm going to switch to this little guy. I'm going to try to dig a hole. This thing can get a little screechy. I'm trying to hold it in a way that it doesn't. Yeah, but that might happen. I gotta be careful, I don't want to like break through the top here and come out the other side. So that's like getting pretty close. I could either shave this down a little bit, which I would really like to have like shoot, what are they called? I can't remember. Calipers. I want C calipers so I can see how wide that piece is in the bottom there. Because like, all I can really do is like guesstimate. So if I take like, I'm looking for something, like I could use this, right? So if I stick this in here, put my fingernail at the top, I can see about how deep that is, and then hold it out here and say, okay, it's like, you know, what, an eighth, 3 millimeters like deep. So I can try to sand some of that off, and this isn't like totally flat either, so that could also be part of the issue. So I can try to sand this down a little bit. Check it again. Let's see, it's a little off here. I'm trying to make sure this whole like cavity is level. It's just a lot of experimentation. Carve a little, try it. Carve a little, try it. See, that's pretty good. Now, the issue is I gotta make sure, I gotta find the center of this thing, and that's the hard part. So you can take like, these are okay, because they were from the original part. So, I can try to like, you know, eyeball it. And let me find a pen. Well, let me find a marker. That will work. Okay. So what I'm trying to do is find like the center points. I gotta like close one eye and look. That's still not it. Shoot. I can try to hold it. It's like, you're really just like kind of guessing. You want to hope you're like on the mark. See, that doesn't look right. It's probably like here. See, another way you can do this, it's a little more crude. I don't know, they're all crude. There's like, I'm really just guessing, you know, and hoping it like is lined up well enough. Well, first I'm gonna get rid of all this crap. So I guess that Gorilla Glue actually gets like rubbery. I thought it got hard. So maybe we won't use the Gorilla Glue. Maybe we'll just use regular old super glue. Well, Gorilla super glue, I guess. Because it gets like really hard. That's what I want. I want it to be a very firm grip on the part. Let's see. I'll use the yellow clay. The mushy stuff I used before. Because what I can do is, I'll just use this. I can make an impression. So I'm gonna pack this like pretty tight. Oh my god. Butterfingers. Alright. So I'm trying to pack this as like full as I can. I'll just cut off the excess. Because I want to take this thing and try to make an impression of where it's going to go. So it's about centered. Like this leg's not perfect. It's not like, it doesn't flow correctly onto the foot, onto the leg. So that's about where our center is. So we're going to mark this. It's still off a little bit. So it's the furthest left on this line. And then about there. It's the lowest point on these two lines, and these are about the center. Okay, so then I'm gonna just dig this out. Okay. And I want to preserve these lines. Put that aside because I'll probably use that later. So let's see, this goes in here. Alright, so we're gonna. Alright, I'm gonna use this dental sealer. I'm gonna try to seal these lines. Hopefully they don't smudge. Just want to try to prevent them from shit. Gotta smooth it out. I want to keep the markers there as long as I can. This stuff dries pretty fast. So then, let's see, this part goes in here. So I'm gonna put some score marks on the inside of this. Well, they're not score marks. I'm gonna dig little ruts on the sides. To do that, I'm gonna use this tiny engraving bit. So I'm doing the same thing. I just want something for the glue to grip onto. Okay. So you probably can't see them, but they're in there. There's like little grooves. Looks like it's sealed pretty well. Alright, let's see, I need something to hold these things up. So go back to our yellow clay. I use these little cups. So I'll just make a little thing in the bottom here. The leg will just kind of sit in to give it time to dry. So let's see. So we'll just glob some around the sides. On the bottom. Put a little on this part. It's gonna inevitably stick to my hands. Just gonna drive me nuts. That's gonna fall over. I'll drop this in here. I'm gonna try to position this thing. Probably fail at it. Really what I want to do is try to get this thing as close to the cross of those points as possible. It's definitely off. So I just gotta keep working with it as long as the glue allows me to. Shit. That's actually not bad right there. If I can get that to stay, that's probably fairly close. Just trying to keep pressure on this. Oh, shit, it's not gonna set. I mean, that alignment's not perfect. Fuck. Well, it's still liquid, so I guess I'm gonna keep messing with it. So a lot of it's just this, like, experimenting, trying to get it. There's like too big of a little like ridge on this corner. Now that it's like filled with glue, I can't really get in there and mess with it. So I'm trying to just position it. But it's at an angle. That's what I don't want. Oh my god, this will not go over. Let's see, that's not bad. Shit. Come on. This is probably the hardest part of all this, is getting these things like aligned where you need them to be. There's this corner needs to be lower and it's not. So it keeps like, because it needs to move over just slightly and I can't move it over. Well, I can't move it and it like sit where I need it to be, because it needs to be like that. Alright, I think I'm just going to pull this thing out. We'll just set it aside. I don't have any towels, so let's get one of those. Try to scoop out some of this glue. This stuff is weird, like sometimes it sets super fast and other times it like takes forever to set. Let's see. Yeah, see, when there's a lot of it, it doesn't set up. There's a little bit of it, it sets up really fast. Maybe I can just like carve it away. Just square that corner up a little bit. I should have probably gone in there with a small bit and tried to carve some of that out. So I'm having the same issue. Where are my tweezers? As originally, where it like doesn't. I guess it could just be high and I just build it up, right? It doesn't need to be like. Because that looks good. If I keep it up like this, it's good, and I'll just raise this outer surface. And that'll just be like a lesson for next time. So I could just jam some plastic in here. So that'll keep it in place. So that alignment looks a lot better. So we'll leave that set. I might have to just like smush some glue down in there. So we'll do that. Because we're going to add to this anyway now. So it's fine. Come on. Alright. So I'll take this thing, flatten it a little. I'm just gonna smush this glue around down into here. Yeah, that looks a lot better. So we'll let this guy set for a while. Okay, so let's break this off. We're gonna bore this out. So I'm just trying to dig out the original socket to make room for the new one. Okay, so this is probably too deep. Nope, it's about right. Could probably take a little bit off the back of this part, actually. Let's see, let's do our little test again. Like this guy. So about that deep. Oops. Yeah, so we're... Yeah, we could take like a millimeter off the bottom of this. Okay, a little more off the side. Oh, shoot. Alright, let's see. How's this looking now? Still a little high. I'm gonna use this engraver bit. I'm gonna try to dig out the sides a little bit, make them a little more square. I'm doing that to like roughen up the sides anyway, so it helps the glue later. Alright, so that sits a bit deeper. Now because this one sticks up just a little bit, it's okay that this one does too. So we can sculpt around that stuff to make them match each other a little bit better. Alright, let's see. Let's find the other foot. Well, let's clean up this crap first. Because this is a mess. It's good to keep your workspace clean to some degree. At least organized. Being able to find what you're looking for helps. Unlike earlier when I was searching for these parts and they were literally right in front of me. Okay, let's see. So I got that. Let's add the grooves So we'll find our little triangular file, which is right here. Give it a quick dusting. So add these grooves. Just trying to crisscross them. They don't need to be like, you know, perpendicular or whatever. Just trying to create some variance in this, in the shape. So I gotta put them on the bottom, so we'll do that in a second. Alright, let's add these crosses to the bottom. Okay. So that's not level. We can try to level this a little bit. Yeah, we need like, this is a bit more aggressive. It's better. Alright, trying to figure out, looks like it needs to go to the left, like this way. Front back is good. So let's, we'll mark these as the front. So you know this orientation, but then it needs to go toward the center a little bit. So that's either carving this stuff down, so maybe also like this wall, because we didn't do it on this one. We didn't square up the edges. See, it's still off. It's gotta be this back. It's probably the inner surface and not this part. It's causing the resistance. Yeah. That's pretty close, but it needs to go this way just a little bit more. So I could probably take some out of this wall. So it was like this, right? No, like this. Alright, try it again. Looks like it's pretty level. It's still off just like a tiny bit. Maybe it's this corner. Start running down these corners a little bit. So I feel like it's at the bottom edge, but it's not like the side wall. It's like this bottom corner that's getting caught on something. That looks pretty good. I'll probably go forward just slightly. So I think this wall is a little... Well, it's either that wall or it's this. We can try just sanding this down a little bit. Try to flatten the front wall. It looks okay. I think I'm going to try to set that in there. See, like, wants to turn. I'm going to drop it in here. It wants to slide back and turn. Yeah, that corner is probably a little too much. let's see. It's gotta be better now. Maybe too big. Okay, so set that forward. Alright, that does look much better. So let's try to set that. So we'll goop some glue in here. I think it's like, maybe it's gotta be thin layers. Maybe these like globs don't work very well. Maybe I gotta spread it around first. So if I drop this in here first, move it around a little, try to spread the glue, drop it on the floor. Alright, get it. Kind of where I want it. Ugh. Come on, buddy. See if I can. That looks okay. It's still off. Fudge. Alright, well that's going to be where it is. So we're just going to hold it in here for a minute. Try to get it to bond a bit. We'll do the same thing. We'll try to shove some plastic shivs down in here. Try to keep it in place. This won't be exactly the same height. These goofy legs are already like not the same length, which is such a strange design flaw. It's like on my list of things to fix. So we'll just set these guys off to the side. Okay, now the arms were in good shape on the previous molds. So we should be able to take those guys and do some pretty straight molds with them. These guys came out pretty well. So we're gonna remold these, I think. Are these the newest ones? Let me double check. These are all casts. Take a look around here. Yeah, I think we're going to use these guys. So we've got the mold from earlier today that we're going to use. That'll be an additional set of arms we have. Sorry. So we're going to remold these guys. Let me double check if I have. I want to make sure I have like the best quality casts to start with. I think these are probably like some of the better ones from the first run. So we'll remold these guys. Alright, so we're going to do these guys. We've got these hand molds. We're going to remake these. These are in pretty good shape. Oh, these casts. So I've got those guys there. I've got a couple pieces of acrylic here I can use. So I'm going to retire this guy because I don't need that recast at the moment because we just made the new torso mold recently, which is generally better than that one, but we have that part like on the back burner in case we need to make a copy of it. Let me clear this stuff off here really quick. So I'm going to start these guys. I think I'm just going to do the upper arms first. Because those guys hold the torso closed anyway, so we need to cast those. Let me just wipe this off with a little alcohol. Make sure it's clean. Oh, it's glue. Okay. I was like, what is sharp on this towel? Let's just tear that off. Okay, so we're gonna do another side by side, like the arms we did earlier, except it's gonna be these guys. So we'll probably do like this again, kind of how we did with the previous mold. And I'm gonna switch up using the brown clay. It's great, but it's a little tough to work with sometimes, and I want to be able to work a little faster. So I'm gonna switch to this is super Sculpey, isn't it? Yeah. I want that. Where did it go? I have Sculpey Firm, the gray stuff. Oh, it's literally holding my camera from falling down. So let's switch that counterweight with this one. Okay, so we're gonna use this stuff. So I think I can work a little faster with it. So I'll do the same thing. I'm going to build up a negative or a clay positive. And then we'll build a box around that, and that'll be the first half of the mold. So I'm going to estimate the width here, and I'm just going to put some marks down on this acrylic. Let's see. So I'm going to switch to using fiberboard, which is like this fibrous board, obviously. It was recommended to me by another guy on Instagram. Let's see, this is probably... We do the same thing, run them up the left side. Actually, we could run them both up the right side. So move it this way. That's what we're looking at. So we put our outer wall here. How wide does it need to be? About halfway. And so if we measure the width here, we do this to optimize. How do we optimize the flow? Like this? Like this. So we can get air trapped here. So we don't want that. This way, yeah, it's got to be kind of like this, right? Because we want all the air to flow up toward the top here. So these are going to be almost vertical, like this. So if we leave room on the right for the injection sprue here, we don't need a lot of space between these, so we can do this. This sprue's here, so then we can move this guy. So let's see, let's just lay a sprue down here as a guide. So we could probably go to here, and then here, roughly. It's like roughly the size of the mold. And then it'll be a little more shallow than this. But so we're going to build up to this back wall. So these guys will be kind of in the middle here. Yeah. Like that. And then we'll have a little bit of space in the front. So then we'll just build up in the center here. So I've actually gotten a lot done today, which is pretty good. Got the one mold poured, well, the first half of it. Reset these peg sockets for the remold of these legs, and then we're going to start the new molds for these, or the remolds of these upper arm parts. I should make the second batch of these figures come out much more efficiently than the first batch did. Yeah, this stuff's already easier to work with than the brown clay I was using before, because it remains like, it's still much softer, but it's not as soft as like this yellow clay. This stuff is like Play-Doh soft, so it's too tough to work with, and it like gets mushy if you expose it to silicone too early. So I'm just trying to build up this base level for these things so they've got an area to sit on. So I think the injection point is either going to be right on the front here, which is not the best, or like more toward the top, so it's a bit more like out of the way. Either way is like kind of visible. On the back would probably be better, but just the way we're orienting them in the mold. I mean, really, once this is like sanded down, you won't even see it, so it's fine that it's in the front. it allows the mold to be a little bit more compact. Alright, so that's a good like base. So we need to build up the back wall. It went pretty fast on the previous arm mold getting this back wall built up. So this should be much faster. Like, well, I don't see myself finishing this in the next half hour, but I'm curious to see how much progress I can make on it from nothing to like a 30 or 40 minute stop time. I feel like I could get a decent amount of it built up. I don't know why I wasn't using this stuff earlier. In my mind, I had just kind of allotted them as like, this is sculpting clay, this is mold clay, and not really thought about like, well, this could be both. I got a whole brick of it here, so it's not like I don't have enough. I'm curious how well it's going to do between, like, once it's exposed to curing silicone. I'm curious if that's going to have like a negative effect on it, like it did the brown clay. So that stuff's really good when it's fresh. It's very workable, but after using it in a couple of molds, it gets much harder. Which it only like becomes better for sculpting because it's like hard. Because you can put fine detail on it. And really when you're sculpting, you're working in small amounts anyway. So it's not like it's a bad thing that you have to work slowly with it. Okay, so we'll do like that. So it's going to be pretty much vertical. Almost just jam it in there, yeah. It was a little tough working under this. Maybe I should actually raise it a bit, because like it was really narrow in here on the arm molds, and this is like a very similar kind of joint. Well, those are other arm molds. These are other arm molds. Not that that necessarily makes sense, but makes sense to me. This is like the final form of the arm molds. They start out as like the full arm, and then I'm gonna chop them and modify them. Add these peg sockets. So the larger arm molds I poured earlier in the stream are really just an intermediary form. They're not like the final form of those parts anyway. Okay, that's good. So I'll just keep building up and move it to the side a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Better. So this stuff is still pretty crumbly. I'm gonna move the box over here so I can put the pieces back in here. I'd rather keep it all together if possible. So we'll just do that. This is stuff that's flattened here is stuff I've used before, and this is all stuff I have not used yet. And between switching to this and when I eventually switch to the fiberboard, which I need to go out and cut some pieces down tomorrow, it should really accelerate like how quickly I can make molds. So this clay positive, like with the brown clay, just took so much longer because of how like hard the clay gets when it's soft, or when it's like not soft, but it's hasn't been like worked in a while. Even still, like it seems to be getting dried out by the silicone curing process. So it could very well happen to this too. I don't know. Hoping it doesn't. So I'd like to keep using it if I can work this fast. I know this needs like a little bit of kneading as well to warm it up. But I can also like replenish it with Sculpey's whatever rejuvenation drip stuff that they sell. And it feels like looser compared to the brown stuff now, but I mean the form is like pretty minimal. That's probably like to be expected. As I build up like more of it, it should be stronger. Make sure it's like vertical. I don't want it to move too much. It's definitely crumblier than I remember. When I'm like working it with the tool here, it seems fine. So it's probably just as it's like drier or cooler, it tends to crumble. There's really not much even holding this thing up, so I shouldn't be too bugged about it. I have to build off this back a little sooner than I had thought. So it's kind of an experiment. I haven't used this clay for this purpose before, so I'm hoping it works the way that I want, that I can use it for this purpose. It's not gonna, I don't know, do me dirt somehow. Going to build up around it, and then I can carve back later like where the seam lines are and define like the edge. I'm just trying to get it stable right now. And then working my way across so I can add the second arm. How much space we need to leave here? About like 1.5 centimeters. Yeah, so if I start like here, it should be good. And this is obviously like very loose right now. Just trying to start building it up. Or basically like this is like the top, the peak here of that corner. So that's got to stay vertical as much as I can, keep it up there. Which, I mean, it'll get easier as I bulk this out. It's just the beginning, because this is much softer than the brown clay, so it does want to fall back and move as you push on it. It does feel a lot softer, which does concern me. But we're gonna push through to this whole mold, and we'll get a final verdict like once we're at a point where that's more appropriate. And see, this is still too low, so we're gonna push this up some. Yeah, keep them vertical. And once there's a back wall here, I mean, this will be very different. It won't have anywhere to go, so it'll stay up. And I can't really put the back wall up until there's a mass here, because I have to build like a corner. If I try to put one wall up, it's just gonna fall back. I'm trying to start putting these walls together. Should strengthen them a little bit. Usually with this stuff, I'm building, I'm sculpting something, and then I like partially bake it as I go, and then add more. Obviously not doing that with a mold. It really is giving a lot. I'm hoping I won't have to go back and I don't think it will. I think it's just without a back wall, it's being a little mushy. Need something a little stronger to support it. And I unplugged the glue gun, so I'm not going to be building that back wall today. Probably. I don't know. I guess I still could. I guess if I plug it in now, that'll give us time to think about it. Because then it should be warmed up by 6. I mean, hopefully before then, but it's probably pretty cold now. Down into the less friendly stuff. I wonder if I'll have to rejuvenate this, because because this block I haven't done at all. And when it was like, before I rejuvenated the other stuff, it was like very crumbly. I basically had to crumble it out and then like slowly mush all those little bits together before I could start working with it again. So it's possible I could run into that here. So I mean, it's got a shelf life, probably. It doesn't really say how long. This stuff I know is with a grading pattern on it. I've used this more recently, so I know that this stuff is okay at least. So I'll just work with that until I run out of it. That way if I have to do any of the rejuvenation stuff, I can just do it like off cam later. It just takes a little while to do it. See how soft this stuff is? It does need the back wall. So I'll just build some of this up back here, because then I know the wall's coming, so then I can just put it on there and then press back into the wall. That other tool, this thing's always really good. Let's see. Well, we'll just keep going up the back here. Try to thicken this up. Oops, wrong tool. Wrong tool. Well, not wrong, just less optimal. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Yeah, this stuff has had a lot of flex in it. Like once I put the corner wall up and see if it's still this wobbly, not wobbly, like it's gonna be wobbly, it's just freestanding. But once it has like a solid back, if it still like moves this much, I might have to just scrap this and go back to the brown clay. I was told by another artist to try Sculptex Soft, which is apparently some other kind of polymer clay, like not Sculpey, and that a lot of artists use that for molds, for their mold positives. I haven't used it yet, so that's a thing I'm gonna look out for. Probably this week I might look to see what it costs and about getting some of it, see if I can buy it local or if I have to go online and buy it. Not that either one's like, you know, a barrier. Just knowing where to go so I don't waste time like driving around the city and looking for it. And the fact that I've been able to get this built up this quickly, I'm still happy about that. So I'm feeling positive till I have a reason not to. Like the brown clay I was using, I wouldn't even be a quarter of this far. So I'm pretty psyched about that. I'm gonna wait a while to remake these molds. I like figured out things that would make them more efficient, but like I figured them out like kind of not too late, but once I was already kind of committed to making so many figures, so I just kind of had to work around their limitations. But at least I figured out some better techniques, so I'm able to incorporate them into like this batch. Molds are always kind of slow to make. It's just kind of the nature of like having to build up this this clay part if you want to control where your parting line is and the shape of your mold. So you can do like one parts where you just put it, you suspend it, and then pour silicone around it, which, if that works for you, I mean, awesome. It's just not a technique that I've had like great results with. So I went back to doing these 2-part molds. Even though they're like slower to build, you have more control over the results. Alright, looks like I'm out of the rejuvenated clay, so I'm going to use the older stuff. I'll have to rejuve a batch of this stuff throughout the week. I was curious how much I would get done between like the last like 40 minutes when I started this. So from like, what was it, 5:20 Mountain Time to almost 6. So I've got like quite a chunk of this mold built up. Which is awesome. That's been like my biggest stumbling block, is just like the time it takes to build these things, because I gotta build so many molds to get a complete figure that it's one of the areas that slows me down the most. And that's like to be expected. You know, the more complex your piece, the longer it's going to take to make. That's not a bad thing or a good thing. It's just, you know, one of the things you have to consider when you're, you know, creating something is like, how complex I want this to be, and where's like the line where I'm like, this is too much or this is not enough. And because it's art, you know, it's all kind of your own personal choice, because you're in control of that as the artist. And I like to do everything the hard way, so, you know, here we are. And overall, I'm pretty satisfied with the progress made today. We moved forward on 3 different points, which is really good. Got the first half of a mold poured, so we're just waiting on that to cure. So that's this guy here. Just waiting on him. We got these pegs reset, so we're going to remold these guys with our improved techniques. And then we're building up this mold for these guys. So that's like a lot of progress for one day. Well, for 4 hours, that's a lot of progress. So I'm pretty happy about that. So I'm trying to hit that minimum of 4 hours of productive work. I mean, I did some stuff like off camera. I worked a little bit yesterday on this clay part of the arm mold I just showed, because I had worked on that on the past stream. So, you know, no need to really see that again if you don't have to. And I wanted it to be done as well. So I got that ready. We did a little bit of tweaking at the beginning, just finished up some adding a bit, and then sealed it all up, finished building the box, measured all the silicone, got it all ready, got it mixed, poured, vacuumed, re-vacuumed it once it was in the mold to pull out any remaining air bubbles. Got it set off to the side, so that should be like pretty solid once it comes out. So we'll be able to pull that tomorrow, which will be off cam, unfortunately, but there's so much to do that, I mean, there's always going to be something to see new. There'll definitely be photos on Instagram, so if you're on Instagram or follow me or don't follow me and you want to see the results, head over to neostalgia_toys. So it's the same username as here, and search me up, see like the previous run of figures, see what I've been doing in the last few weeks. There's not a lot of like sketch announcements, there's not a lot of concept art yet. That's like on the to-do. Lately I've just been trying to get these molds remade so I can put out a second wave of figures sometime soon. If I could do it like before Christmas, just as like a personal goal, that would be great. Because I released stuff, I think it was early July. I think pre-orders went up in early July, and then early August I was able to ship everything. So I aim for pre-order windows to be very short, or they're just ready to, they're in the shop and ready for purchase. That way you're not waiting on me for stuff. And if you want to see the making ofs and stuff, you can jump on the stream here. You can head over to YouTube. That's linked on my profile. If you're watching this on YouTube, the link back to Twitch is on there. If you want to watch it in real time, there's a link to my Instagram where you can see process photos, past work, you know, stuff I'm doing, see what's come out. There's lots. I post a lot of like long form text, so lots of explanations and descriptions of what I'm doing, what that post is about. So it's not just, you know, here's a picture and some hashtags. There's like a decent amount of information, description, my thoughts, if you're interested in that. And I'll discuss that stuff as I work here on Twitch. Since this is literally just my daily work, so I'm just gonna kind of talk about whatever I'm working on, stuff I might have planned, what the plan is for the parts I'm doing. Unless there's a conversation that came up out of the chat, then, you know, we'll talk about whatever that is. But it's just a casual hangout. You can watch, chat if you want, listen to me ramble, whatever you want. If you're watching, just happy you're here, happy you're enjoying it. Because I'm enjoying making this stuff, so if you enjoy watching me make it, then that sounds like a win-win to me. And we'll be wrapping up soon here, though. Oh, we're over the 4-hour mark. So that's, what is this, about 2/3 of a mold? Well, maybe a quarter. We'll be a little conservative on that. There's still a bunch of stuff to do. Venting to add. Gotta add the injection channels. Gotta build the box, smooth it out, put the keys in. But it's good progress for one day. I mean, for 40 minutes, like, this is pretty fast. It looks super sloppy, but I mean, it always starts off like this. You always like rough out a sculpt. And even though this is just a mold, I mean, it's still a sculpt. I'm still trying to, you know, define a shape and add certain detail. Want it to look a certain way. So it's more just like a functional sculpt than a, you know, an aesthetic one. And since this stuff takes so long, I try to like enjoy it. Try to find the things about this mold sculpting process that I enjoy, things I can take from it that I enjoy, instead of it just being like, these are the things I'm doing. It's like an aspect of the work that's not going to go away, so, you know, I gotta find a way to enjoy it, or what I can take from it that I enjoy. I mean, finding better ways to do stuff is always something that I enjoy. I like the challenge of engineering, coming up with a better solution. So that stuff's rewarding for me. And seeing the finished product coming out the way I want, like, that's just icing on the cake. I like solved a problem, made something cool. Maybe some other people think it's cool. It's a win-win. I'm gonna check on that glue gun here in a second and see where it's at. See if we can get something up on here. Alright, let's see. This is... yeah, that's probably hot enough. What do I have? I gotta find... So we can start with this. Yeah. I mean, it's not gonna be like great. We need another piece. Nope. Maybe this one? Okay. Well, let's get this one up on here and see if we can get this together. So I'm gonna clean this off. Just I need to make sure that this is free of... I don't want to take that ink off of there, but... I need this to be clean enough that the glue will stick. That was definitely not square. Let's see, where's my little T-square? There he is. This guy often will help me make sure that one of these walls are square. So we could do this. Okay. Alright, so that's one corner. Try to let that dry a little bit. It just like does not want to stay on here. Had trouble with stuff coming unattached from the backing of the acrylic, so I'm kind of trying to just like over glue it. Okay. Let's see, metric on top. Nope, this way. Should probably cut a little bit of this off. Hopefully that doesn't affect the glue sticking here. Let's see, we'll use this will be the outside. This can just be the inside because we're not going to use all that. Alright, so we'll glue this from the inside and on the wall. Alright, so that's the top there. I don't know how square that is, but I'm not going to worry about it. Come on. Okay. What's that? Shit, come on. I really want to get this like built up so that I can see how well this stands up. Ugh, this is not square. God damn it. Whatever, it doesn't need to be square. That's not square, but who cares? That is not going to hold right there. Might have to extend this. I should use the bigger piece. So if they put pressure on that, it's going to pop. I'll try to just build this up a little bit. I don't know if it's going to matter. Okay, that should be, it's about as solid as it's going to get. So unplug the gun again. I guess we'll just bulk up the back here. I'm not gonna. Last time I was trying to use scrap resin, like you could see kind of in the other back of the other mold. If you're watching at that time, there's like scrap resin I used as a filler, but I think it like doesn't give enough, so sometimes it pushes the back. It pushes the mold out too much, then it causes it to like buckle. Well, it cracks away from the bottom, because mostly because the hot glue doesn't really adhere to the acrylic, because it's a slick surface, so there's really nothing for it to grip onto. So with enough pressure, it'll just like come loose. So I think I have to use, I'll just use clay. Definitely running a little long today, but it's probably not going to be more than another 10 or 15 minutes. So I want to keep these sessions around 4 hours. Like ideally at least 4, and no more than like 4.5. Just trying to bulk up this back corner here without putting too much backward pressure on this, or on the side really. This clay needs like, this is the these bricks in here. This is the stuff that's not hasn't been rejuvenated with the solution that Sculpey makes. To do that, I have to cut this into small pieces and then like mash it into kind of a sheet, and then you drip some of this stuff onto it, and you like fold it over and knead it. So then I run it through a pasta press, just like a cheap like hand cranked one, and so that like, you know, it puts it through the rollers and then it mushes the clay back together with the solution between the layers, and then you just keep doing that. You fold it, run it through again, fold it, run it through again, and you just keep doing it till it's, you know, it's a bit more soft and consistent and less crumbly. The clay basically just gets like dehydrated, but it's not water based, so you have to use, you know, something specific to it to get it to soften back up. And who knows what this is actually made of. It says it's non-toxic, so I guess that's, you know, good enough. Oh, it still keeps crumbling. Kind of chopping at it with this tool, it spreads it apart, and like as it gets like thinner and thinner, it's easier for like it to form together. Like it's hard to push two of these bricks together, but if you shave off two little pieces, they'll like smush together really easily. So that's what this like, where I'm like kind of tamping it. Well, not tamping it, I don't know, agitating it? Who knows? I don't know what the right word is. But it like blends together better. I think I'll use up these last 4 pieces and these random crumbs, and then I'll pause for the day. Because to be this far along on another mold is really good progress. I don't often like start a mold and pour silicone in the same day. There's just too many steps in between. This is pretty far for one I just started. I mean, there's a lot more to do, but like if I pick this back up tomorrow, I'll probably be able to. I could potentially be pouring silicone on this thing tomorrow if I work on it, but I've some other plans for tomorrow, so I may not get to this again until Wednesday. Sadly, none of that stuff is toy related. Though I might do some more graphics work in the morning. I don't know if that stuff would be interesting or not. Watching me bumble around in a design program, working up graphics for the channel, for Instagram, for the store. I used to be a graphic designer in my past life, my pre-toy life. So those abilities become pretty handy for this stuff. Alright, that looks good. Alright, so we've got 2 molds we'll set off to the side with those hands and feet. Those will be 2 more molds we'll be doing. And there's a bit more. There's 2 additional molds that we'll be seeing. There's this hip joint Y-peg thing, and then the pelvis that goes over that, and then it connects to the legs. Those are for a little later, so we've got a few more molds left to do before we can put out a new figure. But for one day, this has been pretty good progress. We made a mold, well, half of a mold. We got these parts ready to, there needs a little bit more refinement on the top here, so we'll finish some of that stuff next time. We got another mold started, and it's like a pretty far along. So all this stuff is a lot for one day. That's only 4 hours. I mean, I can only get 4 to 5 hours a day to work on this stuff. So if I was able to put in like 8 or something, it'd be pretty significant. But that's the stream for today. You can find me on Instagram at neostalgia_toys. You can find me on YouTube under the same name. I'm on here Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 2 to 6. So 4 hours each day. And I'll see you on the next stream. Thanks.